Chat. What up? Mic check. Cam check. Looks like we're good. I am more rested than usual, which is a good thing. When I say than usual, I mean I got like I think maybe 4.5 hours, 5 hours of sleep, which is better than what I've gotten in the past 2 weeks. So we're going. Do I have a spare cow? I don't even have a cow. I'm actually rocking the Ghost Layer because I don't have a cow. But I wouldn't be surprised if it snapshots trick attacks though. Although I don't know. I got a Fist of Fate though. My Fist of Fate is actually decent for how early I got it. So I was pretty happy with that. Kind of allowed the Heartseeker build to come online a little earlier than. So anyhow, we blast. If it does, it may be better than Victimized. I think 15k crit damage. How would you build Dance of Knives around crit damage though? Like you can't really proc precision with Dance of Knives, right? Or are you thinking of some sort of height like still building around Victimized but specking for crit damage? Is that what you're thinking? Momentum? Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Here's my thing is, do we know if trick attacks actually works properly now? Like, it was still bugged in the review, right? But do we know for sure now if it's fixed? Because like there are a couple of things that are fixed now. Like Cold Clip actually works now, with Eldritch Bounty, which is huge because that allows me to have an additional skill on my bar for another multiplier. So that's actually pretty good for Heartseeker for sure. So like there are some things. Let's go ahead and snap that. Grab that. I was farming just a little bit of 45s, I think it was, something like that. Did I get your DM? No, I did not. Just now. So this is working with SL, Scoundrels Leathers. Oh, that's cool then. That's awesome. That's a good thing. Yeah. Finally got Heartseeker kind of mostly online now. It's actually a pretty fun setup. Now that I got Shadow Imbue back in the build. Still have issues kind of sustaining my hatred, my energy though. I just don't have a lot of lucky hit nor innovation procs. Oh, whoops. Yeah, Crafty, if I find a cow for you that I can lend you to test, I'll do so. I kind of was like cringing about like having to use Ghost Layer at first because like that was like the best helm I had at the time. But after playing around with it some more with Victimized Heartseeker with the pull and everything, it's actually quite good. Still think Kyle is better, but there is something to be said about the grouping. like that. I'm surprised you're even interested in Dance of Knives, Crafty. I thought I was reading the wrong message at first when you when you DM me. I'm like, is this really Crafty? But how do you get 15,000 crit damage though? Is that very specific to Dance of Knives, or? I feel like with the Glyph Nurse and stuff like that, I feel like we're getting less crit damage than we had before. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, we need to test and see if that actually works still. The thing that's like really hard about Rapid Fire right now is that it's so hard to gear it up to get it online to do anything worthwhile right now. Like getting an ancient Sky Hunter is so difficult. Or even a decent Sky Hunter is like very difficult. Same thing with like Scoundrel's Kiss. Like the build just doesn't really come online without those two items at all. At least for like T2 plus. Slaydra, what's going on? Appreciate the prime. By the way, I meant to message you a couple of days ago when you asked me about doing a Dark Citadel. I totally missed your message, man. And I just wanted to apologize. Cause I was like so busy. There you go. There's the explosion. Then on Spiritborn, how you liking Spiritborn? I do plan on playing Spiritborn at some point. I just had every intent to start with Rogue Life for about a couple of weeks, and then some Eagleborn. Yes, if Nas was looking up here, but the Nas would have got nerfed pretty hard. Well, I wouldn't say it got nerfed. It's just that there was a couple of bugs. It was like abusing the high hell, and some of those bugs got fixed. So it kind of brought it back to where other victimized builds would kind of like somewhat end up. But yeah, honestly, to be honest with you, like I never really liked victimized. Bug builds are always best builds, though. That's it ends up being that way. Yeah. That is rogue in general, in like a nutshell. I think I never really liked Dance of Knives Victimized. I've always felt like it should have been like it should be a direct damage build. Like it just needs to do more damage, like more direct damage. I think it's a big missed opportunity than just making Dance of Knives just a proc ability. You know what I mean? Like that's I feel like that's a big miss on Blizzard's part. So forget the whole idea of trying to make it work with Victimize. Just buff the base damage of it, or buff the aspect, or one of the aspects, or make it do something interesting with the specialization that has nothing to do with Victimize whatsoever. So you can have more fun playing the actual skill, in my opinion. Appreciate the subs, by the way. Trash Daddy. So Pit replacing Nightmare Dungeons. No, Nightmare Dungeons are actually still the best place to get masterwork of materials, so you still kind of want to do them. They just serve a different purpose. They just basically rebranded both activities for why you want to do them. Is there a cache you could buy that has aspects for your class? I think so, but it's pretty expensive. I didn't even do it. I didn't even use it. I really need more attack speed, man. So I can really pump the victimized procs. Nice pull. What Ubers am I gonna craft? Starless, Perdition, and Tyrio's Might. I don't know what order I'm gonna do it in though. I think I might get Perdition first, then Starless, then Tyrio's Might, or Perdition. No, Perdition, Tyrio's Might, then Starless last. I think Starless isn't as needed. But Perdition is just #1, period. I could find other ways to cap my res. It's a pretty slow run. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Harder Shadows, Heartseeker is back. Sure, appreciate the follow. Also, Riptide, what's up? I see you there. Yeah, see, I still struggle with resources still. But I really want to use preparation instead of intersight, so it's like I try to manage. So where's the rest of the mobs at? Winjay the 5 get the subs. That's how many horses is that? Is that 2.5 horses? Enjoy your 2.5 horses. Is a DLC worth buying versus keeping the base game? Yes, it is. But just get the base DLC. Do not get like some super ultimate, you know, Giga Chat edition, you know, whatever. Just get the base copy of the expansion. All the other stuff is just over. It's just fluff unless you just really like cosmetics. Yes, the $40 one. Don't. I would not pay more than that. Honest. Again, unless you're like a collector and you just want like all the other stuff to go along with it, but I'm not a collector. I just want to play the game, so I just go for base. Cosmetics is in game. No. Transmogging is in game. Cosmetics is a whole different thing. Transmogging your gear is in game. You gotta make do with what you got, man, and make it look good. How's Flurry going, Peacha? This is the first season where I actually have not written the Flurry guide. I wasn't responsible for it. I'm happy to give it to DZ though. It totally makes sense. He's like, you know, a Flurry guru. I was maintaining it. Still farming mass. I think everybody's that's kind of where everyone is right now. Those masks are expensive. Are we talking about masterworking masks or? Oh, rawhides. Gotcha. I barely masterworked anything, so I'm scared to. But you can still get rawhides from Legion Store, right? Like, isn't Legion Store really good for rawhides and stuff? Ooh, juicy pull. Whoa, 182 million hit. Y'all saw that? I saw that 182 million crit. Like, what the? Legion got nerfed? Really? Wow. Well, I guess you got the opals now, right? I guess you can do opals. Like matte opals, I guess, for farming. So I guess we won't be able to do boss mass all the time. So you're not on T4 yet? I don't think anyone's on T4 though. I'm saying not anyone. Let me phrase that. Very, very few people are actually on T4 at the moment. And if you are, it's generally not an efficient place to farm. Like you can do T4, but it'll be more efficient to farm T3 at the moment until everyone's like you know GG gear or whatever. What up, pig? Speaking of which, I think crafting the uniques we want it's gonna take a while. Because getting those runes, man, for like the good uniques are gonna be quite difficult unless you like trade for them, like spend a lot of gold and trade for them. Not bad. Just keep leveling up the exploit glyph a little bit. Actually, what did I unlock? Did I get the how'd I got that? Do I need a GA Skyhunter? Well, yeah, always. But yeah. But what's going on, C6? Which you're up to? But I'm sure you're playing Spiritborn, right? Are you playing Rogue? Wow, okay. Kind of bad passive. I mean, it's still better than like anything I found. And like still way better than anything I've gotten so far. So I'll take. Cause I really can't play Rapid Fire without like a decent Skyhunter, man. You just can't. All right, we'll do. Oops. That's so satisfying. That's so satisfying to do, man. You playing Dance on Knives, C6? Or you doing Rapid Fire? Oops, I keep hitting that thing. You're not sure what you want to play yet? I got you. I was gonna go Rapid Fire first, but I ended up getting Heartseeker stuff quite a bit quicker than I thought I was going to. So it was actually easier to get Heartseeker online than it was for me to get Rapid Fire online. So I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll do Heartseeker first then. Also, Cold Clip now works with Eldritch Bounty, so that allows me to put back on Shadow Imbuement and not to do any shenanigans with Cold Imbuement just to proc Eldritch Bounty. Or Cold Imbuement on my bar, that is. Do I think Desert Knives is still viable? I mean, it's not weak. I mean, it was incredibly strong with the bugs. Now it's just, well, good. Like, it's still good. It's just not busted like it was on the review copy of the game. But it had a lot of bugs associated with this. So I mean, eventually it was going to be fixed. We just didn't think it was going to be fixed at the start of the season, but we knew they were going to fix it, those things. Which I feel bad for Mippy because like that, you know, he has to make changes to the guide this early, this quickly, and when we didn't think that that was going to be the case. Where can you buy runes? You can't. At least not from merchants in game. All right, you can invite me, C6. Upgrade runes, jeweler. Do you have to change much, or did I have to change much for Heartseeker? Well, it is built around victimize instead of close quarters combat like it was last season. So there are some differences for sure. But this is probably the most fun version of Heartseeker I've played. Because no longer do we have to jump in to proc close quarters combat or anything. We can actually play at a distance. Shadow and View is now back, and it's a thing. So this is probably the most pure version of Heartseeker that I've kind of always wanted to play. I will say that Victimize itself, though, as a key passive, just feels a little iffy just because of the delayed explosions or whatever. That's not nearly as much fun as the old Victimize, gonna be honest. But I mean, it's okay. Okay. I'm porting on you. You realize you could test and see if it's snapshots are on Eternal. Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, you can. Heartseeker, yeah. Why was up? Thank you for the Skyhunter though. That's gonna be great for when I actually do play some rapid fire. Thank you, sir. I don't salvage down on accident. You loving everything I said? Yeah, Heartseeker's fun. Heartseeker's fun. On paper, it has more potential than we kind of like than we put it on Maxroll. Like I think we were very conservative because none of us had the gear to really properly test it on the review copy of the game, like to its fullest. So it's kind of one of those things where we were a little conservative about like where it may end up. But yeah, I mean, there's a point to where you can proc victimize 100% of the time, or you can get 100% victimized procs basically backloaded, which is going to be insane when I get to that point. When or if I ever get to that point. But there's so much scaling that I'm missing right now and I'm actually feel like I'm doing pretty okay considering. It's got a much better conceded. I'm gonna re-imprint this. I'm gonna say much better. It's at 44%, right? 50%. Whatever. It's not. Well, no. Forgotten Souls. Whatever. We'll send it. Let's see if I got a better retribution. No. I have a cold clip. Nope. What else is there? Huh, that's it. Actually, rapid. Did I get a bit of rapid? So back to glyph leveling. Did I start with Heartseeker? No, you can't. It's nearly impossible to level decently with Heartseeker. You have to at least get Moonrise and adaptability early before you can even consider maybe doing anything with Heartseeker early on. Dance of Knives is still the like best leveling rogue skill, so I would do that for sure, and then play something else if you want to play something else. But I would definitely start with Dance of Knives. How do you get permacharges? Just more movement speed. Yeah, like if you get 200% movement speed, you almost have permacharges, almost. But I guess if now you need items, yeah, well, yeah, pretty much. Ooh, that felt good. I was trying to get all this trash to come, but that didn't work out. Oh, I got pulled from my cow traps. So the game keeps crashing for you. I've heard about that yesterday. Some people were like telling me that's happening to them yesterday. You got GA Starless from your Vashan kills? Are you seriously? Are you serious, dude? Wow, that's crazy. I mean, it's gonna be GA, you know, like a Starless. I mean, all mythics are gonna roll ancient or ancestral, so it's gonna always be a GA. But holy crap, a Starless already though. Wish I was with you in that group, man. 76 million crit right there. Pretty nice. Yeah. All ancestral items is always at least one GA now. Dude, your pet is gone. Did you feed it? Usually top 2, top 3 reasons why pets leave. Yay, legendary now. Okay. Stop. You can't. Say jokes aside, you can't fix it. Yeah, I mean, I would just try to keep restarting the game and see what happens. I'm happy with the feeling of the Spiritborn class, but now I have to play both Rogue and Spiritborn each season. Yeah. I mean, I think at the very least, even if you don't main or play Spiritborn at first, I think you should play Spiritborn at some point. Because there is at least one archetype that is like for everyone. Like, so like, it's like something for everyone with that class. Yeah, Starless Skies would totally make my resource a lot better right now, but is T50 hit harder on T4 than in T3? No. Nope. Pit is independent scaling. How's Rogue? Yeah, okay. Hard to kind of say because you know none of us are like at end game yet, sort of thing. So don't really know all the hidden changes that they've done so far. But I'm enjoying Heartseeker. But I kind of figured I would. Top Air Paragon level 200? No, 300. Pushing more, so you can see if they could go Ancestral Gloves. You're gonna have to go Fist of Fate. I hate Fist of Fate with the passion, but you're gonna have to go Fist of Fate, even though Heartseeker. But you'll need a really good one though. Like you'll need one with like a high damage and a lot of lucky hit chance. Because Victimize scales pretty much endlessly with lucky hit because of all the backloading damage and stuff. Why? Because lucky hit, man. All that lucky hit. Like I said, like your damage gets backloaded now with Victimize. So lucky hit pretty much no longer really has like a ceiling or a cap or even a soft cap or anything. So technically speaking, the more you have, the better. So on Heartseeker, you actually want to get 300% lucky hits, so your Victimize has the ability to proc every shot. So when the damage is backloaded at the back end, you're going to get a humongous explosion. So you kind of have to go Fist of Fate. I don't like it. I honestly don't like it, but it's an absolute necessity if you want to truly scale it well. But good luck getting a really good Fist of Fate, though. But another aspect of Tempers, me too. Me too. But Sanctus, appreciate the 2 gifted subs. Enjoy your horse. don't even know where I'm going. What kind of gear do I have? Legendary gear. Couple of unique pieces. No real masterworks or anything yet. Where the heck is my whatchamacallit? Got like maybe 1 or 2 ancestral pieces, but everything else is non-ancestral. Just 750. All right, 3 below 0. I like that.
Need more time.
Thug life, yeah. Is there a way to spam Barrage early on? No. Nope. Barrage is too expensive. So you don't need a Starless, guys. Like, you can spam Barrage before then, but you still need like a lot of Innervation Tempers, Fist of Fate, Umber Crux, those kind of things if you really want to spam Barrage. This is like victimized Barrage though. You can spam it earlier if you went with Precision Barrage. With Sky Hunter, you'll have an easier time like being able to get to the point where you can spam. But Precision Barrage is considerably weaker than victimized Barrage. So I wouldn't recommend that. There's a D4 update. Is it? What's the update? Yo, that was a big lag spike. That's so good. Thought Precision Barrage was S tier. That was last season, sir. Things changed a lot each season. Plus, we got an expansion, so lots of things are just naturally different. To the bare minimum is Fist of Face and Number Crux. If you want to spam and not run out of energy, yes, pretty much. And Innervation Tempers. So Innervation Tempers on your jury. Fist of Fate helps a ton. and Umber Crux. And then you can spam without Sterilus. These guys. I have a whole build guide on it, by the way. Exclamation mark builds. You want to take a look at my Barrage build on Maxroll. He said, am I going to play Spiritborn? Yeah, I will. The Garage from Spring, Gun Blast. Alright, man. Have at it. Good luck with the with the drops. Heartseeker, a good leveling build. You can't really level a Heartseeker. Like the stuff you need for Heartseeker to be decent early on, you have to kind of hope it drops in the form of aspects because they're not in dungeons or anything, like a dungeon codex. So without those aspects, like you're not doing anything with Heartseeker early on. What did I level as then? I actually leveled as Rapid Fire, believe it or not. Alright. I guess probably one more run, then I'll be full. And I gotta start gambling. I gotta get my glyphs up enough to where I can like solo farm in front of hordes like efficiently in T3. But my glyph levels are a little too low right now. Angel Cypher with the 5 get the subs. Appreciate you. Enjoy your 2.5 horses. It's almost cheap to get the 5 and the 4. So yeah, that's all good. You're a cool guy. Well, thank you. Just trying to farm up a bit so I can get my carrot over. Get my carrot a little stronger. I feel like it was kind of a slow start for my Heartseeker, or for my rogue in general. I wasn't finding much of anything at the start. This is now Rose's rib. It's not dead. I mean, they kind of fixed some of the bugs we thought they were going to fix mid-season, or, you know, in a different patch. They fixed it at launch, so we weren't expecting that, but it's not dead. Probably doesn't feel as fluid to play, though. So that question from earlier. Chick attack still does the scaling thing. Well. Oh, that's nice trick attacks. That's actually nuts. Oh, did I just fail? How many upgrades did I just fail? No. How's it with Heartseeker? Heartseeker actually got better, believe it or not. Because now Cold Clip actually procs Eldritch Bounty Legendary node now. So now I don't need to have Cold Imbuement on my bar. So now I can put back on Shadow Imbuement and get the extra 12% multiplicative. With some knockdown from Renavero. So actually, Heartseeker actually got a little better from the review build to live. That change alone is actually pretty massive for it. It's the best way to get Forgotten Souls this season. Helltide Whispers, I think. So like do the Whispers in Helltide, basically. They're both imbuement damage. Are you serious? I gotta go that way. Missing 1 point for that. Shame. Guess I can get rid of that. And get that strength right there real quick. Let's get this 54. It's not bad. I'm gonna do Road to Season. What is the strongest build this season? I mean, pretty much anything victimized related. Dance of Knives used to be pretty far ahead than the other rogue builds, but with some of the bug fixes, which ended up nerfing the build a little bit, pretty much any victimized build. Heartseeker, Dance of Knives, Barrage, Pen Shot, all victimized. Rapid Fire Precision is actually still pretty good too. So, I mean, any of those. Flurry's actually pretty good this season too. I guess it just depends on what you want to do. But I think on Rogue right now, I would probably go with what feels best to play. It's just a lot of them use the same key passive, but they do feel a little different from each other. What aspects do you need to make Heartseeker good? Type exclamation mark build. It's not just like if you get two things, all of a sudden Heartseeker is great. Like you kind of need to like know how to put it together. Is there any hope for Andorio? Not really. I'm gonna say there's no hope, but it's just not. It's nowhere near as good as it was last season. I'll put it that way. So like, it's not like a top build for Road. But you still can play Andorio, but it's just kind of weird to do so when Victimize is legit almost the exact same thing as Andorio's, just without the poison. And you don't need a mythic unique to make it work. So it's like the exact same thing, but better. Gen FX with the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Enjoy your 2.5 horses. I don't have Shadow Imbuement in the guide because I thought Cold Clip was still going to be bugged with Eldritch Bounty, but now that they actually fixed the bug but didn't report it on the patch notes, I now can put Shadow Imbue back in the build, which feels so much better than having to put Cold Imbuement there. What is Cold Clip? It's an aspect. It turns your basic attack into Cold Imbuement, or it Cold Imbues your basic attack. So it was supposed to proc Eldritch Bounty, which is basically, you know, you use a skill with that imbuement and you get 20% more damage and some damage resistance or whatever. But it didn't work with Cold Clip before, which was very unfortunate. But it does now, and that's a pretty big change for Heartseeker. That's satisfying. Stop failing my upgrades. Oh well. Does 2.5 horses transform into one cat mount? you feel like it should. I don't make the rules. Vance, what's going on? Glad there's someone else playing Rogue. I mean, I'm practically Rogue for life, man. I will play some Spiritborn at some point, but at the moment, I want to play Rogue first. Okay, so I was finally able to get this legendary node. It's a pretty big deal there. I guess there's no point in leveling glyphs anymore, since I can't wear any glyphs at the moment. Was a new glyph leveling? How can you fail? It must have. I was gonna say it must have been a while since you played. I'm sure. Have you played Diablo 3? Because I'm trying to figure out the easiest way to really explain it. You have a chance for a glyph to succeed. So as long as you clear a pit high enough above the glyph level that you're leveling, then you will always succeed. But when it becomes close, like let's say your glyph is like level 40 and then the pit level that you keyed in is 45, then like the chances of you succeeding upgrading that glyph starts to fall from 100 to like 80 to 70 to 60%, etc. So it gives you a reason to kind of do higher pits if you want to continue to level that glyph past a certain points. You don't necessarily have to. Like once you get to 46, you don't really need to get them any further than that if you don't want to. But yeah, it's more so for like the min maxers who just want to, giga min max their stuff. Captain, appreciate the follow. Actually, what do I want to gamble for? Still rings because I need a scoundrel's kiss. Seriously? I got 2 of these. Sag. I also need a better ring anyway here. This one's pretty awful. And I bricked it. Still wearing it. Appreciate the gift of sub, an anonymous gifter. We'll one day find out who you are, sir. Been around for years. We have not figured it out. We'll figure it out one day.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
It seems like uniques are actually pretty common. When gambling, it seems like. Oh, nice. See if I never get the ring I want. Snip with the Prime Gaming, appreciate you. Yeah. Alright, but this is an upgrade if I can get it to roll right. We'll start with Innervation Tempers. Oof. Yeah, the gambling is considerably better now. Nice. Let's see if I can get I only have the magic worldly finesse, so if I want the legendary vulnerable, I gotta actually go through cutthroat, unfortunately. So YOLO, which means it's probably not gonna happen. Oh, it did. It did. Wow, nice. That was very fortunate there.
I'll see you again.
My resources should be a little bit better now, which is good. And then we got a vulnerable damage on it. That's a pretty nice upgrade actually, compared to what else I had. Got to get vulnerable damage on it without going through all of my gold for it and mats. Come on. Come on. Oh man, it's getting expensive. There you go. Alright, good. And gotta print attack speed. Rapid aspect. No. Moonrise. Okay, that's what I wanted. Okay, good. Alright. Am I strong? I guess I should be strong enough to be able to do some Hell Tides in T3. Should be. Also should get this waypoint at some point. And yeah. So the crossplay settings, yeah, that actually doesn't surprise me that would work. So that's good. That's good to know.
Needs time to recharge.
Yeah, Days Temper. Would have been kind of neat. Yeah, what's with all the Hellborns in this map? Right here. I'm not complaining, but what? We should have followed him. Well, rip. Would have been pretty cool though, Crafty though. Oh my god, a stream who's not playing Spiritborn. I must respect Sarah Dioxide. Alright guys, it's time to make a Spiritborn. We're rolling Spiritborn in 5 minutes. It is the flavor of the month though. I mean it's where the hype is at the moment. It'll die down or whatnot, but it's gonna always be kind of neat to see the new toy in action. Yeah, I like what I'm doing though. At first, it was kind of questionable, but I guess I didn't realize how bad my gear actually was until I started scaling some things, and I was just like, oh, that was just my Pega gear that I had on. With 2 hearts.
It needs time to recharge.
You have to keep the aware to play something else. Oh, with the druid, yeah. All the streamers I viewed the past month, 99% broke their word, so there are no sus. Thanks for being real. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the compliment.
It needs time to recharge.
I gotta finish this thing. Hey, why can't I click on this? Weird. And yes, I blasted about saying one thing and doing another. I try. I honestly do try though. Sometimes it can be difficult, right? But I you know, I try.
It is done. Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Rings for the rings. With the Prime Gaming, appreciate you. All the mats. Whispers is where is that? Log in. At the dearest dungeons for story modes, Spiritborn. When did we switch to experts? So having a few issues killing and living through stuff, but that loot drops. Loot that drops is usually not an upgrade. It's not gonna really change though. Like if you go from like hard to expert, like the loot isn't gonna be like drastically better. It's just more XP for the most part. It's really not worth trying to go to expert to penitent. Just continue to farm and hard until you get the stuff you need for your character, and then once you're ready to do pits like T20 or whatever, then you can just get the torment. There really is no true progression from like hard to expert to penitent. That doesn't really exist. Didn't expect the Heartseeker brothers early. What do you think, Esther? So if we're comparing it to what Spiritborns are doing, there are very few S tier builds or builds that can match what Spiritborn is really doing. So I'd be hesitant to put any rogue builds in like S tier, honestly. But I do think Heartseekers might be a little underrated. But we'll see. I'm kind of curious just to see what how the rest of the classes develop over the next 4 or 5 days or so. The expansion is definitely worth it, but only the base version. Don't get like the super omega, ultra giga chad, deluxe, Frito-Lay edition, whatever. Like, I think that's just a waste of your money unless you're really into cosmetics or whatever. But just get the base version of the expansion. You won't regret it. Wore the shades like a boss in the last group stream. Oh yeah. The what was it? The podcast, right? The podcast we did. Yeah, it's like $39.99, so 40 bucks. Speaking of which, play with Thug Life glasses on. All right. Yeah, after a while on the podcast, I forgot I had them on. Like, because I went back to go watch the podcast a little bit, just just to watch it or whatever. I'm like, girl, I kept the glasses on the entire time. From listening to it, this is Weird Al. You know what Weird Al is? He used to do a lot of parodies, so like famous songs or popular songs. Very, very talented individual. Yeah, Weird Al Yankovic. If you don't know who that is, but it's been eons. Okay, yeah. All right, let me grab the Thug Life glasses. Hi, how's Heartseeker going so far? Good. Definitely liking it a lot. Armor's Paradise is one of his best songs. Yeah, so good. That and was it White and Nerdy? What was it? All about the Pentiums is really, really good. Boy, every Spiritborn I've seen so far is all playing the same build. Like everyone's doing Quill Volley. Crashed again. Oof. Did you try changing your graphic settings, by the way? Like tone down your graphic settings? Like no matter how beefy your card is, like what you should be able to run. Have you tried just toning down your graphic settings? Cinephides. Who've always outclasses Barrage, yeah. Yeah, I would just tune on your graphics in general. Like I know sometimes I will have issues randomly when I'm like trying to push the limit, which is funny because I should be able to do, 4K, pretty much almost everything max on my 4080 easily. And I have more than enough RAM. And it's still kind of, will sometimes give me issues. Not like frame drops or anything, but just hiccups or whatever strange reason. So I no longer play on ultra settings anymore. Brody with the 5 gifted subs, appreciate you. What build am I doing for Rogue? Heartseeker. It's kind of what I became known for from the past two seasons, it seems like. Used to be for rapid fire before the Scoundrel's Kiss era happened. I didn't play as much rapid fire because of that. Doing Necro first time and learn the basics, and we'll move on to a basic understanding of the class. I wish I could enjoy Necro. Like the only build I think I would like in Necro is Bone Spirit, and right now that's in a really horrible spot from what I hear. Sad to see it fall so fast, so far so fast. Appreciate the follow. Is there a link to the build? Yeah, exclamation mark build. I am using Shadow Imbuement instead of Cold Imbuement, but that's because now Cold Clip actually works with Eldritch Bounty node now, so I can now give it up on the skill bar via or having to have it on the skill bar now. I'll update that on the guide tomorrow. Is it just you, or is the Opal seems really underwhelming? XP is great, don't get me wrong, but I barely notice the effects. The effects are like you'll notice the effects the more you kill things. So if you're like massively killing a lot, especially elites or whatever, you do notice the little benefits that they give. But you have to kill a lot of things to kind of really see that benefit. All right, Carnage. Guys got any hearts, or am I the only one putting in hearts? And everyone else is just piggybacking off of my hearts. Get your own hearts. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. We have to get this waypoint. What build am I doing for Rogue? So do exclamation mark build. Sorry. Gotta get up there. what's the use of Nightmare Dungeon now? Master working materials. They're still kind of by far the best place to farm for them now. They basically just swap what Pits and Nightmare Dungeons did. So Pit now does the glyphs, Nightmare Dungeons does the master working material stuff. I kind of like it, like that way, to be honest. What build was the other guy that was using that had ice arrows? Is that Quill from Spirit? Yes. Quill shot. Basically what 95% of Spiritborns are playing at the moment. You mean that right there? Yeah. I honestly don't even understand that skill, man. Well, let me phrase that. It's not that I don't understand the skill, but I don't understand the design philosophy of that skill. Like, obviously, at the end of the skill itself, you get like an explosion that's supposed to do X more damage or be a little bit more efficient if you hit that specific range of the skill. But instead of doing that, all we do is shotgun, because we could shotgun all the wheels into a single target and then have them come back. So it's kind of like, well, what's the point of having the other effect mechanic if you never use it? You see what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of having that? Like, why is that even there? Right? I thought that part was the cool part of the skill, and yet all I see, you know, all I seen Woody do whenever he was playing Spiritborn was just shotgun. I'm like, well, what's the point of having such a cool, like, you know, thing or thing, and then to never be used at all? I just find that quite silly. And if you want to use it that way, it's really not that effective, but that's kind of what the point of the skill was designed for initially in the first place. So I don't know, man. I don't know what they were trying to do there. I don't know if this is worth changing into. It's basically the same thing, except this has a task speed on it, but at least it'll feel better. Might hold on to it. Recommendation on the rogue build instead of Dance of Knives. If you were still building Victimize, I would totally just go Heartseeker. If you're looking for something else to play, but you were building into Victimize. Barrage is good too, but I think Barrage is a little more finicky and harder to really gear for towards the end, because it's harder to really maintain your resources than it is with Heartseeker. At least with Heartseeker, you can just put on some Beast Fall boost and then you're fine. You know, your resource issues are fine. But that's not the case with Barrage. Like Barrage, you have to really kind of be pretty geared out to really feel the effects of the build. Can you play some TB? I mean, you can. Nothing wrong with TB. No! I cow trapped out of it. Sag. Yeah, they fixed a couple of bugs with Dance of Knives that made it really strong, and the PTR/review version of the game. like we knew that it was gonna get fixed. We just didn't think it was gonna get fixed that early because they didn't mention it in the patch notes. So you know, I guess we thought it was safe to go ahead and build around since it wasn't in the patch notes, and then Liz was like, "Psych," and then yep. But it still works. I mean, it's not like terrible by any means. This is an upgrade. Guess we can go in the middle now. It's gotta be a chest. Okay, I went up here. It's gotta either be a chest here or like in the middle here. Taking Heartseeker half rapid fire this season. Rapid fire is like old faithful. Like, it's something you know is gonna always work and always do well. But it is combo points, and not everybody likes combo points. But it's a good old vanilla. You know it's gonna work well because it's rapid fire kind of build. I should have followed. What's the best build for rogue? I know it's at the beginning, but are there any? Well, we have a whole website of rogue builds, and we put them in tiers for you to kind of give you a prediction of where we think the builds are going to end up. Obviously, things are going to change as we play more and more things are discovered, but Dance of Knives used to be pretty far ahead of the other rogue builds until they fixed some of the bugs, and now I think it's pretty much like either on par with the other top rogue builds. So I mean, pretty much any victimized build is gonna do well on rogue. That and precision rapid fire. Twisting Blades and Flurry are not too far behind those. But I think if you're gonna be playing rogue at the moment, I'd probably be more concerned with like what you think you're gonna have the most fun playing in terms of a rogue build than trying to play like the strongest thing in the game. Because you know rogues obviously are not competitive with like, let's say, you know, a Spiritborn or whatever. Not that many classes are except Necro, but like if you're playing rogue, you're playing it for the playstyle. So I would probably just pick a build that, you know, it's pretty strong, but that fits your way of wanting to play the class. Can you ask me about a Spiritborn? Sure. I'm having fun. I am. It took me a little while to kind of get my Heartseeker set up online, but I think it's at a decent spot right now, according to my gear level. What up, Vin? What's the difference between Rake and Stinger build? What the build revolves around? Well, Stinger is kind of like hammered in from like D2. I don't know if that makes sense to you. It's really good for like speed farming. It's really not like one of the best pushers or whatever. But in terms of just content clearing, it actually feels really good. And rake. Honestly, I don't know much about rake, to be honest with you. So I kind of can't comment on that. Is Heartseeker being the best? Well, I mean, Dance of Knives was in that position, but then some of the bug fixes happened, so it's kind of hard to determine what is the actual best right now. I'll just reiterate what I said before. I will look at a build, see if the playstyle works for you, and like put together that build. Whether my opinion on what's the best or not shouldn't necessarily dictate, 100% dictate on whether or not you should play a build. Unless it's garbage. Like if the build is absolutely trash, then that's a different story. But I won't ever tell you or steer you in the direction of a build that just won't perform at all. Like for instance, I'll give you an example, right? Even before the bug fixes happened to Dance of Knives, I had no interest in playing Dance of Knives, even though Dance of Knives at the time was considered the strongest rogue build going into the season. I didn't care. I don't like the playstyle of victimized Dance of Knives. I feel like Dance of Knives should have been a direct damage build, because that, in my opinion, would be a lot more fun to play with the knives actually dealing the damage and not just being a procer for victimize. I feel like that's just a big missed opportunity, so I just don't play it. And I'm doing just fine. Like Heartseeker's pumping, right? But yeah. We gotta turn in. Guess the knives was intended to be like God said from D3. Yep. That's exactly where they got the inspiration from. 100%. They just made it fancier. Like visually fancier. Will Andy's rogue still be good for endgame? It's kind of average. Like there are quite a few builds that are just better than Andy's in general right now on the rogue. You can still do it, but I think if you're hoping for it to perform like it did last season, you will be pretty disappointed. But I mean, it'll still do okay. But you'll probably wish you picked a different build. Later on down the line. These set runes I have. Kind of want to swap to the new pants.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
I have to do armor on it then. Let's see. A little expensive there. Total armor, okay, that works. Then utility, we'll do. I'm a crowd control duration. Beautiful. Got what I wanted. All right. That's a huge chunk of armor compared to what I had. So that is a W. W. Monty Loom. I'll put that there, and then we had there. I think it was frostbitten. Beautiful, nice upgrade there. Okay. I wonder if I should attempt to do some Infernal Hordes. The keyword is attempt. On T3. That should be okay. It's just a 6-wave one. Wait, with the fire playlist. Time out was a said, do I have song requests? Nah, I generally don't. Because like once it starts, I end up spending more time doing song requests than I do playing. I know because I tried it one time before. So like I end up just having to go through my playlist and spend more time like every 3.5 minutes doing a request. It became a bit much. Yeah, I was just like, hey, time out, sorry. Dude, evident face. What's up? Yeah, make a jukebox bot. That'd be tight. It's an interesting thought. Yo, we're kind of killing these T3 hordes, man. I didn't think I had the gear for it, but it's not bad. Okay, now dude. How's Rogue feeling? I'm liking Heartseeker a bit, quite a bit. It actually got a little better since the review build, sorry. So I'm kind of liking it. Yeah, we're doing these pretty easily. They don't have the proper runes, it gets better just to run Dex gems. Yep. No one's gonna really have the proper runes yet at all whatsoever. Like not even close. Takes a while. Oh, it says I'm in P2. Really? Oh, because I went to go switch with someone. Whatchamacallit? Oh yeah. I forgot when I went to go trade with C6, it dropped me to T2. I was wondering, I'm like, yo, this feels kind of easy. Alright, well, I gotta go change that. Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago. Yeah, I started on T3, like when I started the stream, and I was just doing stuff in T3, and then we traded, remember? And then I think you were on T2 at the time. I joined your game. All of these boons suck though. Might not even be able to get the 200 chests with 6 waves. Yo, I had like 3 flicker steps yesterday. I could have just given you one had I known you were looking for one. All right, we'll do. Maybe I should do the objectives though. Yeah, hopefully this will help. This is the only good boon I have so far. least I might get the 200. I think so. Because the consoles give some too. I think. Come on, one more. One more. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? I'm 1 Aether away. Oh, rip. Oh, man. Sag. What? Oh well. All right, let me chase my world tier back. Didn't realize I was in T2. There you go. Okay, he's a little beefier now. What do you think of the new DLC? I think they did really well with like the new content and stuff. I'm gonna always be on the side of defensive. They need to really fix bugs and things. Like they just need a really big bug fix pass of, you know, for the game, and then they can kind of worry about true class balancing and things. But in terms of like what they added to the game content wise and like what it does and why and systems, I think they really nailed that really well. He's still alive. There we go. I busted a Spiritborn. I would say very busted, probably. I guess it's relative though. I mean, Necros are very strong too, but like Necros are up there with them, but that's really about it. Wow, that hurt. How clean's the horse feel? They kind of feel very much how they used to feel. Like I don't think they really did much to them, which is a little disappointing. I was actually hoping for more, but I like doing horse in general, so I've always liked hordes. Still no good boons. That's telling me I'm doing pity. No, that's P100 plus is Paragon 100 plus, not Pit. Yeah, I guess they have the same starting letter. No, no one's doing 100 plus pitch right now. No way, not even close. That's a good hit. time on that one. I'm like right outside the realm of being able to kill fast enough to feel comfortable getting a 200 Aether chest at the end. 8 waves. Right on the edge of that, which is not great, but... And of course if I get bad boons, that doesn't help. All these are terrible. Freaking Waller got me. Ah, Waller again. I don't think I got a single 8 through this wave. There's some. Dude, that dude's standing right there at that same wall every time. You too. You're like out the way and everything. This is such a bad wave. Awful wave. Because all the resurrected shaman I had to fight because they were all sitting on the side. This is awful. Yes, he's bad. That's bad. That's not good. Had to add any new boons? No. I actually don't know what hit me right there. Oof. Got level capped up at 60. It is. This is Paragon that you see. That's why the bar changed from yellow to blue. Yeah, my character is not strong enough yet for effective in front of horse farming. Not yet. At least not on T3. That was good. I should have chose the 10 wave one. '89, what's going on? Oh no. That's as far as I got with that stagger. That was gonna be a bit. Yeah, the difference between a T2 and a T3 upon a horror is pretty big. This that's gonna take a while. All my damage is like only there during stagger. That's one thing I will say I'm a little jealous about the Spiritborn is the fact that they can actually deal damage outside of stagger. Must be nice. There you go. I got no potions left. Yeah, and I'm staggering the other guys. I don't want to do that. Not until I kill that. Alright. Feel like another minute of a fight. Aww.
Can't use that.
I wonder if that'll last long enough. Let me in.
Can't use that.
Is there only one tier in Nightmare Dungeon now? No, so the Nightmare Dungeon difficulty is based on the tier of difficulty that you're in the world tier. So a T2 Nightmare Dungeon would be different than a T3 Nightmare Dungeon, a T4 Nightmare Dungeon, etc. Like there's a big difficulty gap between each tier. They just don't have the numbers associated with them anymore, like 1 to 100 or whatever. Much like Hell, it's like Helltide and stuff now. I'm out of potions already. I gotta start spamming potions. Yeah, there's a pretty big gap between the tiers or whatever. Like the T2 and in front of her was like way too easy. T3 one was like taking me considerably too long to kill the councils. So I got a ways to go before this becomes efficient. Whatever, Aiden. Just only don't do any real damage when they're staggered. It just becomes tough because they get accidentally staggered all the time. My potion ran out. This is so not worth the time. I don't even know if I should continue it. No, I didn't click. I'm gonna click on the portal. All right. All right. First off, let's repair. Make sure I didn't change anything on accident, because that happens. I think we're mostly good. It's just that I can't kill them outside of stagger. That's all that is. Well, we will do... Actually, where is a Realm Walker at? Where are you? Undercity actually has a bounty. Oh, this one begins soon. We'll go here. Appreciate the follow. Zip ban me. 53 seconds.
I need more time.
He's up.
I need more time.
How's that Spiritborn build? I'll pick up these. Oh, come on. Good boy, what's going on? Doing alright.
I'm not ready.
I think I probably should have paragoned up a little bit more before I decided to jump into farming T3. It's doable, but it's just a little longer than I would like.
More time.
Oof, that hurt. So is the expansion poggers? I think they did a good job with the additional content. New systems. They did a pretty good job with that. I think class balance and bugs should be next in priority. And also Paragon. Paragon is still kind of dull. Well, that boss. Does pit scale with world tier? No, it does not. It's independent scaling. It's the only thing that has an independent scaling. If one of the worst clothes on me. Please. Just touch a goblin down there. Okay. Oh, there's the portal up there. I really feel like there should be more. These portals too, man. These portals seem like they have much or nothing in. Is it raid farmable or is it weak? No, you can farm it, but the biggest reward, like the big reward, is weekly. But you can still farm it for different rewards. Yeah, see these chests are horrible. It's 5 chests and you think you're gonna have to get something out of it, but they're just so bad. So this actually isn't bad. Does Maxroll have the rewards on the site for the raid? We should. Yeah, it should be in one of my resource posts. Pretty sure.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Heartseeker duration. What was I gonna do? Special pack? I do. But what's going on, Chris? There we go. Now I got the right vulnerable thing. Great. Okay, so now I can actually temper on that. I'm gonna drink now. Alright. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs for a little bit. Be right back, y'all.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Sure, hype train. Borla, what's going on, man? Did we go again? Yeah, we can play. I'm down. I was literally getting ready to message you when I came back. How's your druid doing? Yeah, I think I do like some more max working, but I'm definitely a bit stronger than when I was yesterday. Um, now that I actually found some decent things to. You want to do bosses or what do you want to do? It's actually kind of funny to see like Alex playing. Like Alex is actually playing. He's almost Paragon 100. It's actually quite hilarious. Oh, you just woke up? Oh, I thought I already set them already. Oh, it's action kung fu. Whatever works, you usually take from the horse. Uh, you always want to try to get the 200 chest. It has pretty good loot in it. Then usually the rest you want to do mats. If you're really low on gold, you can take the gold chest, but I think there are better ways to farm gold than that, in my opinion. All right, so I guess we're. Oh, I was gonna say we're back in Helltide, but that's almost done. Try to figure out exactly what I want to do now. A T3 Undercity, should I? Maybe I can attempt.
Okay then.
Q7, what's going on? Appreciate the prime. Well, that was a big spike. Black spike. Uh-oh. Game crash. Yep, game crash. You said F? Well, the stream is still here, right? You guys can still hear me and things, right? Yeah. Although my YouTube stream for, I think, yeah, I think the stream is still there, yeah? Huh? Yeah, stream is still there, okay. I do think on YouTube it hmm. YouTube still good? Okay, cool. Wanted to make sure. Alright. We're going back in the game. It's the best way to farm obols. Pit's really good for that, honestly. Yeah, Pit's really good for that. I heard streamer say that his crashes just you should turn on your settings. I did say that, didn't I? To someone else. My settings aren't that high though. You turn on the fur quality. I don't have ray tracing on. Yeah. We can. I guess we'll attempt the Undercity. E3. Summoning items. Then all right, YOLO, I guess. Actually, I had my PC just instantly reboot a little bit ago. Something that happens sometimes too. Actually, this isn't bad for T3. As long as I combo. Low on energy though. I'm still so resource starved. Try to see if we can get this one. Mariah Carey, yeah. Old school Mariah. Oh, the timer stops until you leave. Okay, that's fair. That's good. I don't have any other resource elixirs, but I need to craft somewhere. I should be able to, Crafty. Should be able to. Aw, what? Like, I can do T3. I'm not sure how well I'd be able to like carry. So that might take a. Should be doable though. Aw, I'm gonna lose my time. I died. No, okay, no, we put this one time there. T17. I'm not gonna be able to get any of the rewards though. I'm about to skip. Oh no, I guess I can drag them into this. Aw, that wasn't a good pull. On 15 seconds. Gotta go. 15, 9, 8. Alright, we got 30 seconds. Might just go straight to the end, maybe. We'll see. There's some time. Okay, these guys. Pull them into this room here. I got chain stunned. Ugh. Yeah, all the way back to the beginning. Being greedy. Let me leave. I'm just not even worried about it. Nope, just going. I didn't get many rewards at all. Energy. Wait, why are you shielded? Actually, I haven't really fought this thing long enough to like know its actual mechanics. So this actually might be rough.
I can't do that.
That's what I was missing right there. What is this event to target farm for? Anything. So like, let's say you want an amulet, but you want it to roll a passive, then you can like literally target farm for that. Like you can customize your reward a little bit, but it costs you though. So it's like pretty expensive to do so. So if you fail, you don't get anything. So it literally is a target to really detail your your like the rest of your gear pieces or whatever. Kind of nice. I'm always out of resources. I should have came in here without the resource pot. snake was on that. Yeah, I shouldn't have went in here without the other pot. I don't know if I could sustain my resources long enough. That's rough. I'd be better just to do this elixir instead. Or just get better gear. Like, that's that will solve the issue. I know I got it. It's just the amount of time I'm spending on it when I could be doing other things this early. It's just really not that good. The time sink is just really not worth at the end of the day. Void, what's going on? Oh, freaking. Okay. I'll live that. That's such a short stagger window. Still barrier up. Amount of resources. Yeah, why is that barrier still up? Jeez, alright, this is gonna take me forever. I think I might just go and just fail it. This is gonna be like another like 10 minutes. At this rate. I can't keep my resources up. This thing has a barrier in which I can't crit on. I don't know if that's a bug still. Resource. Yeah, that barrier. You can't crit on it. And it's not going down. I might as well just die. That's a bug they haven't fixed. So I legit can't beat that snake. Well, I can. It'll just take me like 20 something minutes. All right, Crafter, you ready? That was a waste of mass and gold. Where's...
Make it quick, please.
You craft some elixirs. Resourcefulness. Whether to put Heartseeker in the tier list. I mean, I don't know yet. I haven't really seen what the other classes are doing, so it's kind of hard. Because you can't put something on the list without knowing what the others are doing in that same list. That makes sense. That sucks though, because I feel like I wasted so much time in the Infernal Horrors, and I wasted so much time in that. That's like 40 something minutes I could have been done doing something else. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I have a Lucian. I just can't wear it. I can't sustain the energy. I can't sustain the energy without Lucian. You in? Oh, there we go. Not bad. Hold on. Let me get my resource potion. There we go. Was that right there?
I need more time. I'm not ready. Need more time.
Oh, I didn't have my shot on view.
Need more time. I'm not ready.
Crypto, are you there? Yeah, I feel like getting into T3 is like a lot easier than actually doing T3 itself. Because I was killing things quicker with while carrying in the 50 in T3 than I was just actually playing in T3 by myself. Carlos, what's going on? It's actually in the YouTube description. There should be a link to it. Ancestral amulet, okay. Didn't get anything out of it though. Get at a GA movement speed. Alright, sir. Have fun in the T3. I'm gonna try to figure out how I'm gonna scale my my damage a little more in T3 content. I think Helltide is fine, but like when I try to do, I think because of the fact that we rely so much on stagger, just in general, like victimized builds especially, that like the boss guys or whatever on T3 are just a bit much. Like up until that point is fine, but like I don't think boy logged on yet. I'm a try farm an angel breath and I can't figure out what to do to get them. Helltide. Helltide is where you go. Helltide and Whispers. Whispers do a pretty decent job with Angel Breath as well. So do the Whispers or the bounties in Helltide. How's Rogue this patch? It's okay. It's still kind of hard to say because I don't really have great gear or even good gear yet. So I'm doing mostly fine. Like I feel like I'm doing good. I feel like Victimizes doing pretty well, but like there's gaps when it comes to like it's funny because even if you're stacking a bunch of backloaded procs on Victimize on like single target, it still feels kind of meh on like a single target. But in terms of like clearing, it's pretty beastly if you get everything like lined up, or not lined up, but everything pulled in and stuff. It feels very beastly, man. But until then, it can give it a rough. You'll see in a minute. Yes, on lives is amazing, like uber good. It was. I think it's still. I mean, it's still good, but it was considerably better in the PTR and the review copy of the game. Oh, that's on CH. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Spiritborn and Necro like had the most S tier builds, I guess you could say. Both of those classes do. Everybody's talking about Spiritborn, but I actually think Necro is like slightly stronger. But the hype is obviously around Spiritborn. You got built for Dance of Knives? I do not. I'm not really not interested in Dance of Knives at the moment, just because it's pretty weak as a direct damage skill. So you have to build it with Victimize, and I just think Dance of Knives feels really weird to play with Victimize key passive. I really wish that Blizzard would have given it more base damage so that you can play it as a direct damage build skill. At some point they will, but that point is not right now, so I guess I'll wait. Look at all the Spiritborns playing the same build. Go, Quill Volley, go. Oh no, there's another, that's not Spiritborn, that's Necro. Now, when you say you're carrying groups on T3, are you talking about like in Helltile, or are you talking about like T3 bossing, or? Because T3 bossing is actually pretty challenging on any road build at the moment right now to carry with. Because you need godly gear for single target damage on rogue at the moment. Do I know you have to complete the mercenary quest once? I think it's just once, yeah. I'm using a crossbow, not a regular bow, because the in season 6, the crossbow actually has a pretty decent amount of vulnerable damage on it, and since we're going with Victimize key passive, which scales with vulnerable, it just makes more sense to actually go with the crossbow. Like you have to get a pretty decent chunk of vulnerable damage now, unlike before. So crossbow is actually the play. Are you going Victimize, Crafty, on your Dance of Knives, or are you doing something completely different? If that hurt. You doing momentum right now? That's cool, actually. I recommend this build to start with T1 with. I mean, I think all the rogue victimized builds take a little while to really gear. because it's pretty specific in terms of what you need. It works really well once it's scaled, but like in the early stages is really rough. Like you can't just put on like 1 or 2 things and then you're blasting. Like you really needed several things to kind of really make things work well. On Rogue in general. So, with that being said, I mean, I would just choose what you think you're gonna have more fun playing with. I have a Necro in my party right now. He's not one-shotting nothing. In T3. Sag. Think we need to bench this Necro then. I know Barry that's densive speed farming 80s at the moment. I mean, right, these are all metrics that seem really unlikely right now. So like, if I see some clips or a video, I'd like to take a look at it, especially after the bug fixes the Dance of Knives, because even Dance of Knives in the review build when it was bugged wasn't speed farming 80s that quickly. So like, unless there's some new bugs that we don't know about, like it just seems that seems rather unlikely that someone's doing two or 3 minute 80s right now on Dance of Knives rogues. And if that was the case, maybe we would have posted a video of it by now. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. Because that's like saying your friend got like 3 mythics items already, fully masterworked. Like that's what we're talking about for like speed 80s on Dance of Knives. And even then, I like after the bug fixes, I don't even know if that's doable. Even this video is people running like 85s, pretty sure. Okay, so now you're changing numbers. First you said it was 80s, now you're saying 85s. There's a big gap between 80s and 85s. You know that, right? Like a huge gap between the two. So when you say like 85s or like 80s, it doesn't seem like you have a grasp of what he's really doing. I mean, if that's happening, then we'll see videos on it. So sure. Yeah, that took a lot longer than it should have. Zero speed farmers on his video. What video? Did he put a new video within like the next, like did he put a video out like in the past like 10-15 hours or so? Because last time like I was talking to Mippy, he seemed pretty down about Dance of Knives in general, but trying to make it work. Mippy's road guide. Oh, you're talking about the review build. That's different, sir. That's different. Are you, if we're talking about his build guide on YouTube, yeah, that's the review build. So that was after a victimized nerf between PTR and review build, but there was a victimized nerf, but there was still 6 or 7 Dance of Knives bugs that were not fixed in the review build. That is fixed now. In the review build, Mippy had 3 different mythic uniques fully masterwork at the time, and a bug prediction helm in the review build that allowed him to do that. That's why I was trying to get you to specify what you meant by that, because like there's no way that that's even plausible right now. But yes, in that build guide video, yes, he did do that in the review build. The review build is definitely different than the live build right now. Yes. There's a big difference right now. That's why I mentioned, is he doing that right now? And you're saying yes. And I'm like, no, he's not. He's not doing that right now because he does not have 3 mythic uniques right now. He does not have fully masterwork gear right now. No one does. But yes, he was doing it then in the review build, because I was there with him, talking with him about it, because we went back and forth with it. And I was even questioning, not saying questioning, but I was like, you might want to have a backup on Maxroll in terms of like your build guide, because if any of these bugs get fixed, then that's gonna be rough for the build, because now people have to change their gear a bit. And ironically enough, that happened. So is that even possible now with the mythics? Probably not. I'll put it this way. It's not nearly as strong as it was in the review copy of the game. It's still not bad. It's still not a bad build, but it's not as strong as it was. We're definitely not farming 80s in 3 minutes. Monte, what's going on? How's it going? What's the current goal? Honestly, just to get a little stronger. I'm having a hard time finding, well, runes that I need, and yeah. But I kind of like T3 is weird. Like I have no problems killing packs in T3 and like maybe some elites or whatever. But when I gotta do like a boss scenario, it gets a little hard just because rogue single target damage is just pretty meh right now in general. So like, I think Hell Ties is fine. I can stick to Hell Ties and do just fine. But under City, if I have to fight the big boss, that becomes a bit of an issue. Hell Ties is kind of the same thing. Like the councils are a little difficult. But clearing on the way there is not difficult at all, but the councils themselves are. But I chalk it up to just not having good enough gear at the moment, and that's fine. So I'm just trying to farm masterwork a little bit. I think I might actually spec in the rapid fire a little bit tonight, like towards the end of the stream, so I can get like a comparison. But I don't have a Scoundrel's Kiss to mess with. I got a Sky Hunter, but I need a Scoundrel's Kiss before I can even attempt. I do like how Heartseeker feels. Is it faster on normal or hard? Normal's better. Appreciate the follow. So can Roll clear 100 with fully matched gear or not? I don't know. Because, again, some things were changed. And so right now we found things that were changed in form of a nerf, aka bug fixes. We might find some things that might be beneficial to the class. It's still kind of new for the season. So I don't know. I want to say no, probably not. But it's still too early to tell. Fun build rogue on this season. But rogues have a lot of fun builds in general. They're just not as strong as, like, let's say, obviously you see like Spiritborn doing and things. So if fun is correlation to like billions of damage or whatever, then you're not gonna see that on road. But if you're talking about playstyle or like how the build feels in general, rogues have some fun builds to play. Just don't expect like Spiritborn level efficiency or even Necro efficiency. Yeah, they do new campaign. Yeah, you have to do end game. That's pretty good. Let's get this chest real quick. D-Madort, what's going on? What's the sad face for? You're back in Black Rogues. It gets kind of hard to really tell much of anything because Blizzard always changes stuff from like the review client or PTR client to live. So it's like really hard to tell what's doing what on any class until like maybe like 3 or 4 days into the season where we start seeing people like blast and things. And then it's kind of like, oh, now that's good. Well, it sucked in the review or it was bad in PTR, but now I guess it's good. Or it can be the opposite way around, right? And that's kind of where like it's always kind of up in the air at the beginning. So like generally speaking, I never really have a true answer for people who ask me, you know, what builds and what tier, because it's like I simply just don't know what the other classes are doing, right? Like I think there are some decently strong builds on Rogue, but nothing that stands out to me that goes more like, oh well, this is definitely like S plus tier. Like I don't think we have anything that like it's obvious this is S plus tier or S tier, which is why I can't rate anything. Isn't the same thing with barbs and swords? Barely seeing any of them. Yeah, exactly that. Like even in the review copy of the game, almost no one played barb at all whatsoever. So it's kind of like, yeah. So there's really just not a lot of data out there, on barb before the season started. Wait, things didn't stay the same for PTR? They never do. They never do. That's why when you see people put out builds on PTR or PTR builds, I always tell people to take them with a grain of salt, because like whatever that build that you played in PTR is not going to be the same thing on live. That's why it's called a PTR, like public test round, right? So like if everything was going to make it be the exact same way from PTR to live, then there's no point in having a PTR, right? Like why test anything if you're not going to change anything? So we're basically QA whenever we choose to do PTR. When leveling and all is running campaign again, best for SP? No, skip the campaign. Is victimizing any good? It is. It's kind of it feels a little wonky, but it's pretty strong. Wait, let me see that bow you posted in chat. In trade chat. I see victimizing a build for Heartseeker. Did they fix it? They kind of changed the way it works. So victimize is definitely the best way to build Heartseeker. Oh man, that unique affix is pretty low though. I mean, that's a really phenomenal starting bow. I'm almost thinking about asking them for like how was he trying to get away or give it away for? Slay Hellborn, is that what I gotta do? You blast a 60 on normal and farm on my gear and then jump the torment. Yep. Do I have any wakes? I actually did not keep any extras, unfortunately. But if I come across one, I'll let you know. I found one with like a GA on art resist. And I was like, jackpot. I'll be using that for a while. What's the point of the other difficulties? Well, I don't know. It's a good question. I guess just for more challenge if you want. Not everybody's trying to speed run. So I guess assume maybe that's the reason why. I think there needs to be more incentive than that, though. Personally, but all right. Parents, what's going on, man? Oh, nice, a Hellborn. He wakes in the kiss. I need a kiss as well, man. Scoundrel's kiss. I just slayed a Hellborn. Why is it not giving me the credit for it? I literally just slayed one. There's another one. Hey, yeah, there's a Hellborn right there. It looks like a Necro Hellborn too. There we go. I'm out of the resource potion. That's why. Yeah, I gotta figure my resource issues, man. Saw Diablo 2 the other day. It looks absolutely sinister and creepy. Yeah, it does. Or it is, I'll put it that way. Where do you get compasses? That's actually a good question. I honestly don't know. I think Whispers maybe? Nightmare dungeons. Haven't really done a lot of Nightmare dungeons. Let's go. It's time to stop the Spiritborn. Jump on this. I mean, no. I mean, Spiritborn's fun. I mean, don't jump ship if you like. If you really like playing Spiritborn for sure. Why don't you Shadow Clones to the Rain of Arrows? You will always have a clone. Clones deal no damage. There's no reason to have them out. Like you only take clone for the unstoppable, which I don't really need. So I'd rather take Rain of Arrows for the Shadow Imbue, so I can get 12% multiplier, which is a lot better than what the clone can do. And I also get a knockdown from Rain of Arrows, which procs the second part of my Malice, which double disc with Victimize, giving me more damage that way too. So it makes Rain of Arrows significantly better than clone. I know like people look at the tooltip and it says, you know, clone deals 80% of your damage or whatever, but that is a complete lie. It's not even close. When they go from normal to hard at level 60, I guess it just depends on like if you find normal super easy, like you're one-shotting everything, then hard might be fine. But generally speaking, you just want to just try to get into torment at that point because you're just using normal to get through the campaign, and then hopefully you'll get the stuff you need to be able to at least clear a T20 hit, and then now you're in Torment 1. Torment 1 isn't really that hard once you have like a build kind of in place. It's really not hard. Can you get same gear on normal? Yeah. That's why like none of us really did hard, because it was like there's really no point, because all of your XP comes from turning in stuff in the campaign. So it's like you don't get XP from kills from 1 to 60 really at all. All classes besides Spiritborn look like they're very belly played. Yep. Well, because Spiritborn is a new class and it is the, you know, flavor of the month. It's also pretty strong. Kind of makes sense. Do I have any idea how it's supposed to build Dance of Knives, build another the stealth, nerf, the interaction with Inner Sight and Shadow Clone? Well, honestly, to be honest with you, Juke Nukem, that's exactly what I was telling Mippy about before it launched. I was telling him that he might want a backup plan. No, are you serious? What? Did I not dash after I got my horse, or what happened? Aw, man, now I don't have enough, whatchamacallit, centers for that chest. Anyways, yeah, I was telling Mippy that, that he might need to have a revised version of the guide in case like those bugs get fixed. And like we knew that they were gonna get fixed. We just didn't know that it was gonna be fixed at launch because they didn't mention it in the patch notes. So that kind of threw things for a loop. But yeah, you would definitely do some things differently now that the interaction doesn't work. I can't tell you exactly what though right now off the top of my head. I have to like, you know, take a look at the planner and whatnot. But yeah. Hopefully Mippy's working on the update. Heartseeker slain? Yeah, for the most part. Can't believe I died right here though. Like, I wonder if just like a lunatic just blew up in my face right here, like while I was getting off the horse. Yeah, I feel you, Juke Nukem. I get it. Yeah, I'm not really too much sure what to tell you. I mean, you'll still continue to build victimize, so continue to keep up with, you know, vulnerable pieces and stuff like vulnerable gear, related to victimize and things. So I mean that will stay practically the same, but I got greedy. Well, rip chest. I guess we'll just get like a random chest over here. Yeah, so I think I would just kind of just farm up stuff that won't change, aka like I said, victimize related things, until you hear more back. I love Heartseeker, but it seems not the highest DPS for the season. Well, no, it's not. Like, do you know how many builds you'll have to compete with to be the best, like the highest DPS build? Like, especially with Spiritborn being out. Of course, it's not going to be. It wasn't the highest DPS build last season or even season 4, but people loved it and people played it. So yeah, I don't think Heartseeker was ever like the strongest build on Rogue ever at any point. But it performed well and people liked it. If you complete the Vessel of Hatred campaign on one character, do you have to do it again? New alt? No. Nope. You don't want to commit to swapping over. Is it swapping over to victimize? What do you mean swapping over to victimize? Like the build itself should already be built around victimize, what we're using beforehand.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Like the end game build is victimize, right? Diluted Milk, appreciate the sub. Oh, I'm sorry, Nox, appreciate the gift the sub. Or am I missing something there? Is there a guide? Yeah, Maxroll, always. You said we should use momentum? Oh really? Is that like a new change? I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. I guess I can see why it feels like you're kind of like in the air, not quite sure what to do. Okay, that makes sense. Seems like Mickey Mouse has been nerfed by 20 down to 60%. Yeah, but that didn't do anything. Like that, like we didn't, like me and Mippy didn't even know that nerf happened. But that was from PTR to review build. So we played that in the review build and it still felt fine. Victimize is still technically Rogue's probably strongest key passive still. Even after that. Yeah, Juke Nukem. I see what you mean. That's fair. To say, but the end game build is Heartseeker. Why would it be Heartseeker? Okay, about to say, I'm like, huh? Well, I guess that's more so Trick Attack though. I wouldn't like Trick Attack isn't really the key passive. When I say precision, I'm just talking about the key passive itself. Trick Attacks is obviously like our best passive because of because of the scaling issue. I guess you could say the scaling bug. But when I'm talking about just like the power of a key passive in general, I'm just speaking about just the key passive. But you're not wrong. Trick Attacks on its own could just be a key passive by itself. Returning back to Diablo did it fix the in-game problem where there's kind of nothing to do and you burn out after a certain level? Well, I mean, they added a bunch of new content, so I can't tell you whether you would like it or not. Um, um, so I don't know what you enjoy in terms of a grind is concerned in an action RPG. I think it's this season, Spiritborn will be hard to be as DPS for shitty gear I'm doing. Like 3 mil, X projectiles, and cap attack speed. Well, yeah, so the thing about Spiritborn that makes Spiritborn, like, compared to most other classes, Spiritborn does not have to, like, when it comes to single target especially, they don't have to stagger or anything. Their damage is like, they don't rely on the boss being staggered before they deal a ton of damage. Like they can just deal a ton of damage without the stagger. So when you have classes like, let's say, Rogue and Sork especially, that rely on something being staggered before they deal a lot of damage, then the difference looks staggering, no pun intended, right? Whereas like I'm not doing any damage until they stagger, but the Spiritborn has already almost killed the boss before the stagger happened. And it's like I'm waiting for the boss to get staggered so I can actually do some damage. And so like the gap and the amount of damage that's being done in that time frame just looks so big, right? So like that's why when you see like Blood Maiden and other that's why you see like Blood Maiden and other like bosses or mini bosses or like that has a stagger bar like in the real world, like the world content, like Spiritborn looks so much better because it can actually deal damage without those things being like staggered. Pretty much only rogues don't do damage. I mean, there are some setups that can, but like nothing like Spiritborn. Like there's just no comparison. But yeah, it's that's where the stuff just looks ridiculous between like the classes or whatever. Because again, if I'm in a group and I never get a chance to stagger or we never get a chance to stagger the boss, then yeah, it felt like I did 0 damage, right? Which technically I did, and because the boss never really got staggered. So yeah, that's what people are like seeing the most right now, and that's where like the whole like, oh, these so and so are like way stronger or way better, etc. And technically it's not, they're not wrong, but like, but the difference is not as big as it looks. It just looks that way because stagger versus non-stagger builds. So it's a little inflated. But it is there. I remember on the review build, that was the biggest thing I noticed when I played with other Spiritborn classes in the review build, was like is watching stuff die without being staggered was just like insane to me. To be fair, none of our unconditional rapid fire builds are even online yet. Like none of us had the gear to even start to assemble them yet. Yeah, but I think even then though, like I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's not possible on Rogue to do that. What I'm saying is the difference is that like Spiritborn's by far best setups are not based around you wanting or having to stagger. There are no like tricks you have to do. There are no like, I have to get the ads before something happens. Like they just go in blast and that's it. Like it's so straightforward and simple that it makes them look like they're in the different league on their own when it comes to unconditional like damage on bosses. Like they don't have to do anything to just be able to blast. They just naturally do that. But like you're saying, like none of the unconditional rapid fire builds are even online yet. But like we see Spiritborn builds right now that are thrashing the boss, that thrashing bosses all the time, without even like with pretty mediocre builds, like pretty mediocre gear. You see what I'm saying? Like it shouldn't be the difference shouldn't be that large. What's the best to do for fastest Paragon leveling? Honestly, Inferno Hordes probably. Area with the prime 38 months in a row. What's that? Is that 4 years? At the 4 years milestone. Yeah. He was in Starcom. Oh yeah, you did tell me about the wedding that never happened. Fire plus earth is greater than water plus wind any day. How's it going, man? Or how have you been? I'll put it that way. I don't really know where to go from here, man, because I feel like I'm kind of like stuck until I can get better things, which is kind of hard at the moment. Because if I'm on an XP farm, I should go back to T2 unless I'm in a party with other Spiritborns. Or did a campaign? What's the fastest way to level up on the alt? That's actually a good question. I don't know the absolute fastest way. I didn't do any XP testing, but I think we have it on Maxroll. On our leveling guys, we have a leveling section that rates them. I guess it was messed up, but then it was fine when we got to Charlotte. How many mobs did I miss over here? Way more complicated season, like if level 50 on expert, no idea what to do next, but staying upgrade feels good. Fair. Zelda's Echo of Wisdom was a fun distraction. How was that, by the way? Like it being from being told from Zelda's side, where she's actually the character, the protagonist. Can glyphs drop on the pit? They can drop at the end. But generally speaking, you'll find them in like Helltide and stuff. Everywhere else. Just sub to Maxroll and saw me at the top of the page. Like in the middle top of the page. Pretty cool. Look at me moving on up. But welcome to the stream. What do I think of Shadow Clone? Even though Shadow Clone doesn't do my actual damage, but still does more than Rain of Arrow. Oh, you don't take the ultimates for damage though, Jin. I think that's the biggest mistake you're making there. We're not taking the ultimates for damage at all. So when you compare the utility, what utility does Shadow Clone give you? It's like you think about it and it's like, oh, it gives you unstoppable, right? Cool, right? That's useful. I'm not saying it's not useful, right? But as a player, do you need that unstoppable? If the answer is yes, because you get crowd control a lot, then take Shadow Clone, right? If the answer is no, then Shadow Clone is practically useless for you. What does Rain of Arrows do? Well, Rain of Arrows doesn't do any damage either. But let's see what the perks it gives you, okay? It gives a knockdown effect. So every time you cast Rain of Arrows in the first wave, it knocks the enemy down. So what do you get when Rain of Arrows knocks enemies down? Oh, well, Malice, right? You go to the skill tree, you go to Malice, you deal 9% increased damage to your vulnerable enemies when they are knocked down or vulnerable. And you actually get those, you get both of those bonuses, and they double dip with Victimize. So that's a pretty big perk. So it's like, oh, well, Rain of Arrows actually helps me get more damage because it provides a knockdown, which helps with Malice. I'm not done. Now I can also Shadow Imbue my Rain of Arrows. So I do this, guess what? Now everything is Shadow Imbued, and what does Shadow Imbue give me? Well, let's look. We have Mixed Shadow Imbuement. Enemies affected by Shadow Imbuement take 12% increase non-physical damage from you from 8 seconds. So that's another multiplier. So I get 2 multipliers by having Rain of Arrows in my bar versus Shadow Clone where I get 0 multipliers. See what I'm saying? So you're not looking at it for damage. Like they both, Rain of Arrows and Shadow Clone do Papega damage. Like not even worth talking about damage. So you do it, you take them for the utility. What do you need for utility? But yeah, if you're taking ultimates for damage, you are definitely not getting far with that thought, unfortunately, just because ultimates don't deal damage at all, really. Coming back to the game at the launch, if I had the expansion campaign on one character, can I skip it on your second? Yes. I'll let you back to your regularly scheduled gameplay of Diablo's Quattro Arrow Shooter Magical Adventure. Zelda is the guy in the green, right? Death Trap is actually viable hot take. Well, yeah. So yeah, that's true. I guess what I'm saying is if you're putting a ultimate in a build and a setup as a support skill and you're thinking it's doing damage, that's what I'm saying. But yes, you can build around Death Trap, yes. It actually was good in PTR. It kind of sucked in the review copy of the game. I assume it still sucks now. I won't say sucks, but it's not that great right now. We actually have it in like what, C tier, somewhere around that range. Some of the glyph scaling nerfs hit Death Trap really hard. Checking the rapid fire leveling guide and those of the skills show selecting Barrage and rapid fire. Like just the oops, so they recommend running Barrage for leveling the rapid fire build for some reason. It might just be that the planner is just showing wrong. It's kind of weird. Like maybe something got embedded wrong, but it should be rapid fire. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Bessie area. Yeah. So yes, sorry about that. Yeah, sometimes the planners do, can mix up mix up things. Yeah, I'll double check on that. Okay, now I got CC'd a lot, twice. What else, Sun Jakumu, what's going on? He said the new Maxroll templates are phenomenal. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on that, man. The last Spirit Born aspect work from base damage. Have a lot of other classes aspect tweaks towards work from base damage. No. Well, maybe they could do that. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Survive damage being a lot from conditional. Like our best multipliers are technically conditional, which would be fine in a bubble, but I guess the way that some things work is scale in the game, it just makes that kind of rough. Oh, that felt good. 74 million crit right there. Best way to farm runes? Whispers is really good actually for it. Undercity is also very good for it. As long as you get the right whatchamacallit to plug in for Undercity. Dark Citadel is good, but very few people are probably at that point to be able to be farming some Dark Citadel. Level my combat glyph, so when I switch to rapid fire, it will already be ready. Ace, what's going on, man? I'm generally scared to try another Maxroll build. Last time I tried one for D4 associate, I found a creative build that add classes by so much. I'm just kind of wary of that, man. I mean, I guess that's a fair assessment, I guess. But I do think that, like, for any scenario, right? Like, if you try something one time and it was bad, the assumption isn't necessarily always that's always bad, that's always terrible. Let's just say like a restaurant. Let's say you go to a restaurant and you had a bad experience that one time. Like maybe the server you had was pretty rude or disrespectful or awful, or maybe whatever was over seasoned and like the bartender just took forever to make your drink or whatever. Like you could have had a bad time for that one instance, right? But does that automatically assume that that particular restaurant is always that way, or is always that bad, or all the servers always that bad, or are the cooks always that bad? It's you're gonna, I'm gonna say always, but generally speaking, it's not uncommon to have like where you do have a bad experience at a decent place or a reputable place. Like it's happened to, I think, all of us at some point. Some people go, well, I'm never gonna go there again, which is okay. That's a fair assessment. And then others might go, well, I'll try again on a different day or something because I heard the reviews were good. You know, maybe it was just a bad day or something. But I get it. It just depends on the kind of person you are sometimes. But I've done that too before, where I've had a bad experience at a place and I just didn't want to go back. So I get it. But I wouldn't necessarily put that in terms of the entire site being a bad experience because you had one bad experience. And the server apologist nonsense. What? I'm just saying. Also, the time frame also matters too. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, let's say, for example, you were trying druid builds towards launch. At the launch, we were trying to not do bugged interactions in our builds. So, like, we didn't have bulwark stuff in our guides because we were trying not to advertise something obviously broken, bugged, or whatever. So, like, if you played an ethical druid on Maxroll during launch back in June, then yeah, it wasn't gonna be as good as, you know, bulwark builds that were using, you know, the set bug or whatever. Obviously, we decided to drop that because apparently every season Blizzard is always introducing new bugs for every build. So we're just like, all right, well, screw it. We're done trying to be the good guys here. So, but context matters. Can you tell me a spin the win still works? I mean, it works. Not as good as what we saw in the review copy of the game, but it works. You heading out, parents? Probably should just stick to 45s. Guess I get a bad map like this. Alright, 5 minutes. We're cool. I'm interested to see too, honestly. But Gensum now is actually snapshots. Stealth. So, or something with stealth. So you can actually kind of like stack stealth damage or attacking after stealth. It snapshots that damage. So, if that's the case, then you would definitely build it outside of victimize. Because, you know, the tempers for stealth, or damage at the stealth, is enormous. It's like basically damage per Dark Shroud in Season 5. But better. Actually, I'm gonna say it was better than that now. But close. It was really, it's really close to that. So he might be going that route. Which would make sense. C6, do you have any boss mats that you want to blow through? Like Zir? Or like Zir, Duriel, And Dario. Not anymore. Okay, that's fair. What's the best spot to farm aspects? Certainly Helltide. He's riding his bloody pepper for side class. What is Boiler doing? He's in Pilgrim's Cave. I wonder if it's gonna let me get in. Whoops. Is it how's road going? Not bad. Like, I love playing Heartseeker, but like Victimize in general, while has its moments of being really strong, I don't really like the redesign that much. Um, like the internal cooldown that they added on it to where sure it hits for these burst type damages or whatever, but um So, okay, well, I'll look into the next the next days. No, I'm just saying, like, I mean, it doesn't perform bad. It's just I preferred how it used to be, where it goes off when it's supposed to. But I think it's more of a server thing that they decided to change it to where it works in bursts versus just works in bursts and like backloaded versus just all the time. And it can kind of feel a little weird sometimes. Like no matter what skill you play, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's Heartseeker, Dance of Knives, or Pen Shot or Barrage. It feels a little interesting sometimes. But it works. I mean, it works. It does the thing. I just think I just prefer the way Victimized used to be. Just sad when they redesign skills because of server issues. Yeah, well, yeah. It just feels it's like sometimes it feels amazing, like when it can when it procs at the right time, but you don't really have any control over when it procs. I think that's pretty much the that's kind of the issue. Because it's not that you had control over when it proc before, but like you were able to proc whenever. So you have more of them procking at different places, where now it's like with the ICD, you have to kind of wait for each proc. And sometimes those procs can happen where you don't want them, and that can kind of feel bad sometimes. Heartseeker looking like the best build at the moment. I wouldn't say that, no. I know Dance of Knives is kind of in a rough spot because of some of the bug fixes or whatever. But I still think like even the ethical Dance of Knives is like probably slightly better than Heartseeker. But it's hard to really say right now. Heartseeker did get a slight buff, and the fact that Cold Clip now works with Elder's Bounty Legendary knows, so Heartseeker has an additional multiplier it can add that it couldn't before. But I will say Heartseeker is doing, relative to other rogue builds, Heartseeker is doing really well. I really need to get some mythics though, because I'm missing a lot of scaling that kind of happens with mythics. And also quality of life. Like the Starless guys would be goated. How close is Dance of Knives? What do you mean? Star Spirit board and it really isn't scratching. It really is not. Rough. Two Heartseeker like pit tiers. Well, no one knows because no one's been able to push pits right now. And some things have changed since the review beta. Like Dance of Knives got a few bugs fixed and stuff. So like we really don't know the answer to that yet. Oh, what? What hit me? I don't even know what hit me. Are you putting in any more? Can you start with Heartseeker level with? No. It's like the second most question I get when it comes to Heartseeker, and the answer is no. Not as a first character, you cannot. What I recommend? Probably Dance of Knives for leveling. I think Dance of Knives is probably the smoothest experience for leveling. For sure. But then you could take that into anything, of course. No. You're not repeating questions. I'm saying that's just a question I get the most in general when people come in and they ask. There's no way for you to know that they repeat it, right? So it's not your fault. It's just a common question, right? I haven't decided which way I want to go right now. I guess I had gear for Heartseeker first, so it was like I decided to put together Heartseeker first, but Heartseeker is generally more demanding in terms of the gear itself. Like, getting a specific amount of like attack speed and like lucky hit chance and like all those are very crucial to like the amount of procs that like like Victimize is able to get in like windows and stuff. So it's very sensitive, the gearing. So to make it perform really well, it really needs like really good gear. Like anything Victimize related was like that. Or is like that, not was like that, but is like that. Where's my assassination skull? Alright, you get ancestrals now. They drop. It's just small drop rate. They just drop. But yeah, they're not as common as like ancestrals before. So, but they always roll with the GA on it though. So. They're typically stronger pieces of gear when you do find them. Amix. So are you following a build guide right now, Amix? Assassination skill on bosses though, aren't they quite good? Which assassination skill are you talking about? Quan Jin. And so you follow a mobilitics build? Okay. Well, I can't comment on that because I don't know how they built Dance of Knives over there. But there were some bugs that were associated with Dance of Knives in the review beta, the review copy of the game that no longer exists. So like there are sites, including Maxroll, that has built Dance of Knives knowing these bugged interactions and was thinking that they would stay in the game for a bit, and it just didn't happen. So. Writers right now are kind of like scrambling to figure out what to do with Dance of Knives in general. So it's probably not anything that you specifically did wrong. but more so just some things got changed on the day one patch. Shadow Step. Oh no, Shadow Step isn't really a damage dealer. Like that's not really well, it's a damage dealer. It's not it's not like single target damage. Trust me, if it was, we'd be doing boss killing setups with Shadow Step. It's not really an assassination skill. It's more of a mobility skill. And it also provides unstoppable as well. So that's a good perk. Did I start with getting some knives? No, I didn't. I wanted to make sure that like the Maxroll guide writers or whatever were starting off with different builds and playing different builds. Like it would kind of suck for you to be on a website on Maxroll, right? And you're just like, hey, I see Mippy online, I see Docs out of the line, whatever. I wonder who's playing what, and then you see us both playing the exact same build. Like that doesn't really kind of showcase what we have on the site. You know what I mean? That's actually why it worked so well when Woody was writing rogue guides towards the beginning, because Woody would like to play all the melee stuff, and I'll just play all the range stuff, and so we always kind of just played two different archetypes each time, every season. But if we both just play what's meta every time, then you'll never kind of get like a or play what we think is the absolute best build every time. Then you won't really get a full sense of what the class is doing and what we're writing on Maxroll and stuff. Shouts that provides boss stun bar thing. Oh well, we got fist to face for that, so we can stagger it like a ton. We definitely do not need Shadow Step for that anymore. Fist of Fate does that way better. It might as well be a rogue item at this point. Anyone ever reach pit with 200? There is no 200. 150 is the cap. So leveling the rogue, listening to me in the background. Okay, cool. If you got any questions, obviously feel free to ask. No more Gorger. Yeah, not with this setup now, because it's about victimize. So Gorger doesn't do anything for our key passive now. I recommend now switching Heartseeker until having Fist of Fate and Shard. Well, if you check out the build guide on Maxroll, I lay it out exactly when you want to make the switch to it, or I have different progression setups or whatever for you to go. So it's not like it's not as clear cut as you get this item now play Heartseeker. It's a little more complicated than that. But I have it laid out for you on Maxroll if you want to check it out. Exclamation mark build. In fact, I'm surprised I even got Heartseeker up running this early. Generally speaking, it takes a little longer. And I probably honestly should have waited a little longer anyways. But I wasn't able to find any good rapid fire stuff on the way, so it was like YOLO. Appreciate the follow. That's a surprise. The Spiritborn kind of seems like he's afraid to go in. Yeah, that Spiritborn build trips me out. Every time I see it. But now I deal damage once it's once he's staggered. So probably go down here. You see the item progression stat recommend thresholds. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Definitely. Keep tabs on that, because it can be a little tricky getting into getting that going initially, just because energy consumption, especially with the Shard of Varathiel. Like just tuning in any new in-game content with the new season. Well, yeah. Well, it's the expansion, so the expansion is gonna always have new in-game content. Yeah, Dark Citadel, Undercity. Obviously the new campaign. Dude. I keep getting stuck. I guess I got quite a few. I guess I'll hold on to that. I keep getting GA on the max life though. Trying to figure out what the next step in my progression is, as in like what I should do. I didn't get any help points over there. That's weird. Are you the only? Are you the one D4 streamer that isn't playing Spiritborn? That's what I was told. Probably at the moment. Trying to figure out what the next move is for me right now, because I don't really stuff that I need is like in like on bosses like Scoundrel's Kiss is definitely Zir. Best thing to do for Iron Chunk and Souls. Honestly, Whispers. Whispers, try to get the Chaos. The Chaos thing. Chaos bundle or whatever. The Chaos option. Really good for that stuff. Was there a fight over a Maxroll over who would play Spiritborn and who would wait until 2025 to make relevant content? Oh man. I mean, there were a lot of actually we didn't really have a lot of people like just jump on writing for Spiritborn initially. Like we had a couple of people saying, yeah, sure, I'll do it, but then that was kind of really it. Oh, Beat Dropper's in. Actually, not a bad pair of boots. What's the best thing you farm like you got right now? You're currently on T2. Honestly, trying to get ancient items is probably the next best thing for you. And some boots again. I got a Quack's rune. I got 2 rings. Hopefully one's a Scoundrel's Kiss. Okay, yeah, one is. Pretty oof rolls, but do we still get free sparks this season? Actually, I actually don't know. Do we? Do we? What is T3 hits though? There's you mean like level 50 pits is what you're saying? All the other smoke grenade ones. Jude Nukem, did you hear me? Level 50, okay. 6 minutes is... it's kind of... I mean, I do them in about 5.5, depending on the layout. And I still kind of farm T3. I just don't really do bosses or like Undercity, but like I think if you stay in Helltide, you're fine. Wait, what's with all the follows? Am I getting Am I getting follow botted? I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. I have to cut the thing. She's like, oh no, do I need to do something? Oh man.